Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Deep in the heart of Moria, where shadow and flame danced upon ancient stone, time itself held its breath. The bridge of Moria stood as a thin line between salvation and doom, while two beings of immense power faced each other in what would become more than just a battle. It would become a dance through the ages themselves. Gandalf stood firm, his staff glowing with an inner light that seemed to push back the very darkness. Across the narrow bridge, the Balrog's flames cast writhing shadows on the walls, its wings of shadow spreading like a terrible night. But as their powers clashed for the first time, something extraordinary happened. Reality itself began to crack. The first surge of power between them tore a hole in the air, a shimmering portal that revealed a glimpse of Valinor in its prime. Both beings froze, recognition flickering in their ancient eyes. This was no mere memory. They were looking through a window in time itself. So, Gandalf's voice carried the weight of understanding. We are the last ones who remember. The Balrog's flames dimmed slightly, its eyes focusing on the portal with an intelligence that belied its monstrous form. In that moment, both recalled their true purpose. They were not just Maya, but time guardians, tasked by the Valar themselves to protect the flow of history. Another clash of their powers opened more portals around them. The forging of the rings of power, the fall of Enmenor, the last alliance of elves and men. Each window in time hung suspended around them, like crystals in a vast cavern, each one a crucial moment in the history of Middle-earth. The Balrog moved forward, its step almost hesitant. Through the flames and shadow, Gandalf caught a glimpse of what the creature had once been. Chronolith, guardian of the past, keeper of all that had been. Just as Gandalf himself was Timebringer, guardian of what must be, protector of the future's delicate threads. Their battle transformed into something else entirely, a complex weave of power, as each tried to maintain the balance of time itself. The Balrog's whip became a tool to seal dangerous temporal rifts, while Gandalf's staff wove light to stabilize the fragments of history floating around them. We could change it all, the Balrog spoke, its voice like rolling thunder, speaking for the first time in millennia. Prevent Morgoth's corruption, stop Sauron's rise, save countless lives. Its flames flickered with something almost like hope. Gandalf felt the weight of temptation heavy upon his heart. Through one portal, he could see Isildur standing at the cracks of doom, the one ring gleaming in his hand. Through another, the fall of Gondolin played out in tragic silence. So much suffering could be prevented with the smallest of changes. But the wise wizard understood the price of such interference. The tapestry of time is delicate, he responded, his voice gentle despite the gravity of their situation. Pull one thread, and the entire weave may unravel. Every tragedy has shaped the world, every triumph earned through sacrifice. We are guardians, not gods. The Balrog's flames surged in frustration, and for a moment, the corruption of Morgoth showed in its burning eyes. Then what purpose do these powers serve? Why were we chosen to bear this burden, if not to right the wrongs of history? To protect the flow of time itself, Gandalf answered, raising his staff as another portal began to destabilize. To ensure that the music of the Aenir plays out as it must, even in its moments of discord around them, the portals began to pulse with dangerous energy. The weight of all history pressed against the barriers between past and present, threatening to collapse into chaos. The Balrog recognized the danger, its ancient knowledge of temporal forces warning of catastrophe. In that crucial moment, corrupted guardian and faithful protector made a choice. Moving in perfect synchronization, Gandalf and the Balrog began an intricate dance of power. The wizard's light and the demon's flame wove together, creating a complex pattern that began to stabilize the temporal rifts. Their powers, once used in combat, now worked in harmony. The Balrog's knowledge of the past guided their efforts, while Gandalf's insight into what must be helped them maintain the proper flow of time. Portal by portal, they sealed the breaches in reality, ensuring that each moment in history remained intact and undisturbed. As the last portal began to close, the Balrog turned to Gandalf. For a brief moment, the corruption of Morgoth seemed to fade from its eyes, replaced by the ancient wisdom of Cronolith. The burden remains ours to bear, it rumbled, a note of resignation in its voice. Yes, Gandalf agreed, but perhaps not as enemies. He raised his staff one final time, channeling his power not to attack, but to offer something else a chance for redemption. The future needs its past, just as the past must give way to the future. We could work together, as we once did in the halls of Valinor. The Balrog considered the offer, its flames flickering with uncertainty. But the corruption ran too deep, centuries of darkness too ingrained to be swept away by a single moment of clarity. With a roar that shook the foundations of Moria, it rejected the offered hand and charged forward, forcing Gandalf to raise his defenses once more. Their battle resumed, but something had changed. Each blow was tempered with understanding, each defense crafted with respect. They fought not as bitter enemies, but as guardians bound by duty, one protecting the future that must be, the other unable to let go of a past that could have been. When Gandalf finally spoke the famous words, "You cannot pass," they carried a deeper meaning than any witness could have known. He was not just denying the Balrog's physical passage, but its desire to change what had been written in the strands of time. The bridge cracked, and as both beings fell into the abyss, time resumed its normal flow. The portals were sealed, the secrets of their true nature hidden once more in the depths of history. But in the endless dark where their battle would continue, both Gandalf and the Balrog carried the knowledge of their shared purpose, eternal guardians of time itself, forever bound by duty to protect the delicate flow of history, even as they remained locked in their ancient conflict. And so, their story became yet another thread in the great tapestry of time, a tale of duty, power, and the heavy burden of protecting not just the present, but all of history itself. In the deep places of the world, their battle would rage on, two beings of immense power and wisdom, forever dancing on the edge of time, guardians of a secret that could reshape the very foundations of Middle-earth. Story 2. In the depths of Moria, where darkness dwelt and ancient stones whispered forgotten tales, a different kind of magic was about to unfold. The air itself seemed to vibrate with anticipation as Gandalf the Grey stood before the Balrog of Morgoth, their confrontation poised to become something far more profound than a mere battle between light and shadow. The first note came from Gandalf's staff as it struck the stone bridge, a clear, resonant tone that echoed through the vast chambers. To his surprise, the Balrog's response wasn't the expected roar of flame, but rather a deep, harmonic rumble that intertwined with Gandalf's note, creating a chord that made the very rocks of Moria tremble with recognition. Both beings paused, ancient memories stirring within them. This was the echo of something far older than their conflict, the remnants of the great music, the Ainulindal itself, through which Eru Ilvatar had first created Arda. The Balrog's flames flickered in a pattern that seemed almost like confusion, while Gandalf's eyes widened with understanding. "You remember," Gandalf spoke softly, his words carrying on the resonant air. "You were there at the beginning. When we sang in the choirs of the Aenir, the Balrog's form shifted, its shadows taking on a more defined shape. From deep within its chest came a sound like distant thunder, but melodic, carrying the weight of ages. The creature that had once been a Maya of all, before Morgoth's corruption, still held within it the primordial music of creation. As their powers clashed again, something extraordinary happened. Each strike, each spell, each burst of flame produced notes that hung in the air, weaving together into a complex harmony. The chamber around them began to change, responding to their impromptu duet. Broken pillars slowly rebuilt themselves, their ancient grandeur restored by the power of the music. Crystals long dormant in the walls awakened, casting rainbow light across the restored halls. The Balrog's whip became a conductor's baton, trailing notes of fire through the air. Gandalf's staff wove countermelodies of light, creating a symphony that spoke of both creation and destruction, of light and shadow, of what was and what could be. The very fabric of Moria began to resonate with their performance, each stone and crystal joining the orchestra of power. Other beings in Moria felt the change. Deep in forgotten corners, the drums of the dwarves, untouched for centuries, began to beat in rhythm with the cosmic song. The remaining creatures of darkness fled, unable to bear the harmony of creation that filled every crevice and corridor. But with each passing moment, the music grew more complex, more powerful. The Balrog, despite its corruption, found itself returning to its original purpose, not destruction, but creation through the craft of sound. Its flames now danced in perfect rhythm, creating patterns that told stories of the First Age, of the forging of the world, of the time before darkness. Gandalf recognized the dangerous beauty of what they were creating. This was power in its purest form, the same power that had shaped the world. Through their combat-turned-concert, they were inadvertently beginning to reshape reality itself. New chambers were forming in Moria, passages that had never existed were opening, and the very nature of the underground realm was shifting. "We must be careful," Gandalf called out over the swelling music. This power was never meant to be wielded again by any save Ilvatar himself. The Balrog paused, its fiery form swaying to the lingering harmonies. For a moment, something like recognition flickered in its eyes, the memory of its original purpose, of the joy of creation, rather than destruction. But Morgoth's corruption ran deep, and the moment of clarity began to fade. The music turned discordant as the Balrog's inner conflict manifested in chaotic notes of flame and shadow. The harmony that had begun to heal Moria now threatened to tear it apart. Pillars groaned, floors buckled, and the bridge beneath them swayed dangerously. Gandalf realized he had to make a choice. The power they had awakened could rebuild Moria to its former glory, perhaps even greater. But wielding such power, especially with a being as corrupted as the Balrog, risked unmaking more than just the ancient dwarven kingdom. With great reluctance, Gandalf began to weave a different kind of spell, not one of creation, but of ending. His staff struck the bridge one final time, producing a note of such pure sadness that it brought their symphony to a halt. The last echoes of their cosmic music faded into the depths of Moria. "You shall not pass," he declared, but his voice carried a deeper meaning, a command not just to the Balrog, but to the music itself, forcing it back into the silence from which it had emerged. The bridge cracked, and as both beings plunged into the abyss, Their fall was accompanied not by screams or roars, but by the fading notes of what could have been the greatest duet since the creation of art itself. The Balrog's flames left trailing musical notes in the air, while Gandalf's descent was marked by whispers of harmony. In the days that followed, those who passed through Moria would sometimes hear strange, beautiful music echoing from its deepest reaches, the lingering remnants of a power that had briefly awakened. The dwarves who later returned to these halls would find certain chambers transformed, made more beautiful than they had ever been, with crystals that sang soft melodies when touched and archways that hummed with harmonic resonance. And far below, in the depths where Gandalf and the Balrog continued their battle, their conflict would forever carry the echoes of that brief, magnificent symphony, a reminder that even in the darkest places, the music of creation never truly fades. And that in every battle between light and shadow, there lies the potential for something extraordinary to emerge. The tale would be whispered in the halls of both elves and dwarves, the story of how, for one brief moment, the most unlikely of duets almost rewrote the very fabric of Middle-earth itself through the power of the first and greatest of all magics, the music of the Aenir. Story 3. In the shadowed depths of Moria, where ancient dwarven memories lingered in the stone like whispered prayers, two primordial beings stood locked in combat. The narrow bridge of stone between them seemed to pulse with the weight of destiny itself. But fate, ever the weaver of unexpected tales, had something far more profound in store for both Gandalf the Grey and the mighty Balrog of Morgoth. Their first clash sent sparks of both shadow and light dancing across the cavernous void. But as Glamdring, the foe hammer, met the Balrog's blade of flame, something extraordinary occurred. A surge of ancient magic older than Middle-earth itself rippled through the chamber. The very air seemed to crystallize around them, and in that frozen moment, both beings felt themselves being pulled into a realm between realms. The physical world fell away like a discarded cloak, replaced by a vast space of swirling light and shadow. Here, in this mystical plane, Gandalf and the Balrog found themselves stripped of their physical forms. Their true essences exposed pure spirit and raw power. What sorcery is this? The thought echoed between them, neither sure who had formed it first. In this realm, communication transcended mere words, flowing directly from consciousness to consciousness. Then it began. Like two drops of water merging in a still pool, their essences began to flow into one another. Gandalf felt the first touch of shadow enter his being not as an invasion, but as a revelation. Memories that were not his own flooded his consciousness, the glory of Valinor in its youth, the seductive words of Melkor promising power and freedom, the gradual corruption that turned light into shadow. The Balrog, in turn, experienced something it had forgotten millennia ago, the pure, unsullied purpose of a Maya dedicated to the service of the Valar. Through Gandalf's essence, it remembered what it meant to be a being of light, to serve creation rather than destruction. The shock of these memories sent tremors through its fiery form. Each moment brought new understanding. Gandalf felt the torment of corruption, the slow poison of Morgoth's influence that had transformed a noble being into a creature of shadow and flame. He experienced the centuries of darkness, the bitter rage, the burning desire to unmake all that was beautiful. The weight of this darkness pressed against his spirit like a physical thing, and for the first time, he truly understood the nature of Morgoth's corruption. The Balrog, meanwhile, rediscovered emotions it had long forgotten. Through Gandalf's memories, it felt compassion for the mortal races, the quiet strength found in small acts of kindness, the fierce joy of protecting others. Most powerfully, it experienced the unwavering hope that had guided Gandalf through countless trials, a hope that even now burned bright against the encroaching shadow. Both beings reeled under the onslaught of foreign experiences and emotions. The Balrog's flames flickered between brilliant white and deepest crimson as it struggled with its rediscovered conscience. Gandalf's light pulsed erratically as he fought against the seductive whispers of power that had once corrupted his counterpart. In this strange communion, secrets long forgotten came to light. The Balrog had once been called Calenrith, the bright stream, a Maya of all who had delighted in crafting beautiful things. Gandalf saw visions of the works it had created in Valinor fountains of living light, gardens of crystalline flowers that sang in the wind, architecture that defied the very laws of nature. Through the Balrog's memories, Gandalf also glimpsed something that sent a chill through his being the moment when Morgoth had presented the first of his corrupted artifacts to his followers. A crown of shadow and flame, forged in the depths of Angband, imbued with the power to twist the very nature of those who wore it. The same crown that now bound the Balrog to its corrupted form. Understanding blazed through their shared consciousness. The crown was the key, the physical anchor of Morgoth's corruption. If it could be destroyed. But separation was already beginning. The ancient magic that had merged their essences was fading, reality reasserting itself. As their consciousness began to pull apart, both beings grasped desperately at the insights they had gained, trying to hold on to the understanding that had bloomed in their shared state. The physical world rushed back into focus. The bridge of Moria materialized beneath them, the heat of the Balrog's flames once again tangible in the air. But everything had changed. They looked at each other with new eyes, each seeing both what was and what had been. The Balrog's flames had taken on a strange quality, flickering between its corrupted crimson and its original pure white. Its eyes held a new awareness, a struggle visible in their depths. Gandalf stood straighter, his own inner light tempered by understanding, his purpose refined by compassion. Calenrith, Gandalf spoke the Balrog's original name, his voice carrying power and hope. It is not too late. The crown can be destroyed for a moment. The Balrog's flames burned pure white, its original nature shining through the corruption. Its massive hand moved toward the crown of shadow that burned upon its brow. But Morgoth's corruption ran deep, and the crown's power surged, sending waves of darkness through the creature's form. The flames returned to their corrupt red, though now they flickered with an inner conflict that had not existed before. The battle resumed, but it was fundamentally changed. Each blow was now both attack and defense, destruction and potential salvation. Gandalf fought not just against the Balrog, but for it, each strike aimed at the crown that bound it to darkness. The Balrog's own attacks seemed conflicted, as if two wills fought for control of its form. You shall not pass. Gandalf's famous declaration carried a double meaning, a denial of passage not just to the Balrog, but to the corruption that held it bound. As the bridge cracked and both beings fell into the abyss, their shared knowledge went with them, a secret understanding that would shape their continued battle in the depths of the world. And so began a new chapter in their age-old conflict, one that would play out far below the halls of Moria. A battle not just between light and shadow, but a desperate race to break an ancient curse before it consumed them both. For in the depths of the earth, two beings who had shared one soul would continue their dance of destiny, each forever changed by their glimpse of the other's true nature. Story 4. The halls of Moria trembled with anticipation as two primordial forces stood poised for battle. The air itself seemed to pulse with power, caught between the pure radiance emanating from Gandalf the Grey and the ancient flames that wreathed the Balrog of Morgoth. But as their powers clashed on that fateful bridge, both beings discovered a truth that would shake the foundations of Middle-earth itself. The first sign came when Gandalf's staff blazed forth with light that was more than mere illumination. It was pure energy, the essence of creation itself. The Balrog's response wasn't just fire, but the fundamental force of destruction, flames that could unmake the very stones of the mountain. When these powers met, reality itself shuddered. Crystalline formations began to sprout from the walls of Moria, growing and shifting in response to Gandalf's presence. Around the Balrog, the very air rippled with heat that transformed solid rock into flowing rivers of lava. The ancient dwarven kingdom was becoming a battlefield not just of two beings, but of the elements themselves. So, Gandalf's voice carried the weight of revelation. "We are the last." His eyes held understanding as he gazed at his adversary. The final manifestations of light and shadow, as they existed before the corruption of Morgoth, the Balrog's flames shifted, taking on patterns that spoke of intelligence rather than mere destruction. Its eyes, usually burning with mindless rage, now held ancient wisdom. When it spoke, its voice was like the rumble of volcanic depths. "We are more than that, Lightbringer. We are the balance itself." As if in response to these words, their powers began to transform the chamber around them. Where Gandalf's light touched the walls, crystals of pure energy formed, each one capturing and amplifying his radiance. The Balrog's presence caused the stone to flow like water, creating patterns that spoke of both destruction and renewal. Their battle became a dance of creation and destruction. Each swing of Glamdring left trails of pure light that formed into new structures, while the Balrog's whip of flame carved channels through solid rock that filled with molten stone, creating new formations as they cooled. The very architecture of Moria was being reshaped by their conflict. But with each passing moment, both beings began to understand the true nature of their power. They weren't just fighting, they were transforming the very essence of the world around them. The elements responded to their presence in ways that went beyond mere magic. Under Gandalf's influence, air became solid light, while the Balrog's power turned earth to fire and back again. "We are not meant to be enemies," the Balrog grumbled, its flames now burning with a clarity that belied its corrupted nature. In the beginning, light and shadow danced together in perfect harmony. It was their separation that brought chaos to the world. Gandalf felt the truth in these words. Through his power, he could sense the underlying patterns of creation, the delicate balance between light and dark, creation and destruction, order and chaos. The Balrog wasn't just his opposite. It was his complement, the other half of a cosmic equation. But the corruption of Morgoth still ran deep in the Balrog's essence. Even as it spoke of harmony, its flames flickered with conflict, the desire to destroy warring with the understanding of its true purpose. The very chambers of Moria reflected this inner battle. Beautiful crystal formations would sprout from the walls, only to be consumed by waves of flame, creating new and strange formations in their wake. "There must be balance," Gandalf declared, his staff tracing patterns of light in the air that hung like constellations in the dark chamber. But balance does not mean surrender to darkness. The Balrog rose to its full height, its wings of shadow spreading wide. "Then show me, Lightbringer, how balance can exist between us." Its challenge wasn't just a call to battle, but a genuine question: how could two such fundamental forces coexist without destroying each other? Their subsequent clash was like nothing Middle-earth had seen since its creation. Gandalf's light formed into structures of pure energy, bridges, barriers, and weapons that seemed crafted from starlight itself. The Balrog's flames took on forms of their own, serpents of fire, wings of pure heat, cascades of molten power that sought to overwhelm Gandalf's constructs. But something unexpected happened. Where light and shadow met, they didn't simply cancel each other out. Instead, They created something new: crystalline formations that burned with inner fire, flames that gave off pure light, structures that seemed to exist in perfect balance between creation and destruction. The bridge beneath them, rather than crumbling, began to transform. The stone became a lattice of light and shadow, each force supporting and containing the other. For a brief moment, both beings glimpsed what could be a world where their powers worked in harmony rather than opposition. Yet the moment couldn't last. The corruption within the Balrog surged forth, driven by centuries of darkness. Its flames turned from pure elemental force back to the corrupt fire of Morgoth's influence. The delicate balance they had achieved began to crumble. "It seems," Gandalf said with genuine sadness, "that the time for harmony has not yet come." He raised his staff, but now his purpose was clear: not to destroy the Balrog, but to contain it until the day when true balance might be possible. "You shall not pass." His declaration carried the weight of ages, a command not just to the Balrog, but to the corruption that drove it. As the bridge finally gave way beneath them, both beings fell into the abyss, their powers still intertwining, still creating and destroying in equal measure. In the days that followed, those who ventured into Moria would find strange new formations in its depths: crystals that burned with inner fire, stone that flowed like water yet remained solid, pillars that seemed crafted from solid light. These were the remnants of the battle between the last elemental lords of Middle-earth, a reminder that in the deepest darkness, light and shadow still danced their eternal dance. And far below, where Gandalf and the Balrog continued their combat through the deep places of the world, their battle was no longer just about victory or defeat. It had become a search for balance, a way to reconcile the fundamental forces they embodied. For in their conflict lay the seeds of harmony, and in their opposition, the hope of eventual unity. Story 5. In the depths of Moria, where shadows danced on ancient stone, and the air itself seemed heavy with memory, Gandalf the Grey stood facing an enemy he had hoped never to meet again. The Balrog's flames cast writhing shadows across the massive pillars, but in their dance, Gandalf saw echoes of a different time, a different flame, one that had once burned with purpose and light in the blessed realm of Valinor. El-Khazad-dûm, Gandalf whispered the name that had not passed his lips in millennia, a name that meant glory fire in the ancient tongue. The Balrog's flames flickered, almost imperceptibly, at the sound of its original name. Memories flooded Gandalf's mind, not of darkness and corruption, but of light and creation. He remembered El-Khazad-dûm as he had been in Valinor, a magnificent Maya whose flames had been used to forge works of impossible beauty in the forges of all. Together, they had crafted wonders that even the Valar had praised, combining El-Khazad-dûm's sacred fire with Gandalf's wisdom and light. The Balrog took a step forward, its whip of flame cracking against the stone bridge. But in that crack, Gandalf heard an echo of the rhythmic hammering that had once filled all his forges. For a moment, the creature's burning eyes seemed to hold something beyond rage, perhaps a glimmer of recognition, or the ghost of memory. "Do you remember, old friend?" Gandalf's voice carried power, but also deep sorrow. "Do you remember the gardens of light we created together? The crystalline towers that sang with the music of the spheres? The fountains of living flame that brought joy to all who beheld them?" The Balrog's form shifted, its flames momentarily burning with a pure light. In its depths, ancient memories stirred of a time before corruption, before Morgoth's whispered promises had turned sacred fire to profane flame. It remembered working alongside the one who had been called Ol-Rin, their powers complementing each other in perfect harmony. But the corruption ran deep. Morgoth's influence had twisted El-Khazad-dûm's very essence, turning his creative fire into a tool of destruction. The memory of what he had lost only fueled his rage, and his next roar shook the very foundations of Moria. Gandalf stood firm, though his heart ached. "I saw it happening," he spoke, even as he raised his staff in defense. "I saw Morgoth's darkness creeping into your flame day by day. I should have done more to save you, my friend." The battle that ensued was unlike any witnessed in Middle-earth. Each clash of power carried the weight of ancient history. When Glamdring met the Balrog's blade of flame, sparks flew that contained memories of their shared past. Each parry and thrust was like a step in a dance they had performed countless times in the forges of Valinor. As they fought, the very stones of Moria began to respond to their combined power. Where Gandalf's light met the Balrog's flame, new formations crystallized on the walls, echoes of the wonders they had once created together. For brief moments, their combat transformed into something almost creative, as if their old habits of collaboration could not be entirely forgotten. "There is still time," Gandalf called out, deflecting a wave of flame. "The darkness can be burned away, old friend. Your fire was meant for creation, not destruction." For a moment, something changed in the Balrog's eyes. Its flames flickered between crimson and a pure, whiter light. Gandalf saw his chance and reached out not with his staff, but with his power, trying to touch the original essence of his friend that still remained buried beneath centuries of corruption. But Morgoth's influence was too strong, too deeply rooted. The Balrog's momentary clarity turned to greater fury, as if the reminder of what it had lost only strengthened its corruption. Its next attack came with redoubled force, driving Gandalf back across the bridge. "You shall not pass." Gandalf's famous declaration carried a deeper meaning than any witness could have known. He was not just denying passage to a demon of the ancient world. He was making a final stand against the corruption that had stolen his friend. As his staff struck the bridge, Gandalf poured into the blow not just power, but all his grief for his lost friend, all his regret for failing to prevent Elcaranor's fall, and all his desperate hope that somewhere, beneath the shadow and flame, something of his old companion remained. The bridge cracked, and as both beings plunged into the abyss, their fall was illuminated by the mingled light of their powers, Gandalf's pure radiance and the Balrog's corrupted flame, still somehow harmonious even in opposition. Their battle would continue in the deep places of the world, but it would never be simply a fight between good and evil. For in the depths beneath Moria, two beings who had once been closer than brothers would continue their eternal dance of light and shadow. Each clash of their power would carry the echo of ancient friendship. Each burst of flame would hold the memory of what had been lost. And sometimes in the heart of their fiercest battles, when Gandalf's light met Elcaranor's flame in just the right way, something beautiful would still be created, a brief reminder of the wonders they had once forged together in the blessed realm of Valinor. Those who later passed through Moria would sometimes find strange and beautiful crystalline formations in the deep places, created by the meeting of pure light and sacred flame. They would wonder at their origin, never knowing they were witnessing the last collaborations of two ancient friends, still creating beauty even in the midst of their tragic conflict. For though Elcaranar had become the Balrog, and though their battle was necessary and inevitable, Gandalf never forgot the friend he had known in Valinor. And somewhere, deep beneath the corruption of Morgoth, in the purest heart of its flame, perhaps the Balrog remembered too. Story 6. The peak of Zirak-Zigil pierced the storm-laden sky like an ancient spear, its snow-covered summit a stark contrast to the darkness that swirled below. Here, where the air was thin enough to slice dreams, two beings of immeasurable power faced each other in what would become their final confrontation. Gandalf the Grey, his weathered staff gleaming with an inner light that defied the gathering gloom, stood unwavering before the Balrog, whose flames now burned with a different intensity, not the chaotic inferno of corruption, but the steady burn of ancient purpose. The wind howled around them, carrying whispers of ages past, when both had walked the hallowed halls of Valinor. The Balrog's eyes, usually wells of fire and shadow, now held a clarity that had been absent for millennia. Through their grueling battle from the depths of Moria to this windswept peak, something had changed. The creature's flames had begun to shift from angry crimson to a deep, almost ethereal blue, reminiscent of the sacred fires that once burned in the forges of the Valar. "You remember now, don't you?" Gandalf's voice carried above the storm, firm yet tinged with a note of recognition. "You're never meant to be this." The Balrog's response came not in the usual roar of flame and fury, but in words that seemed to emerge from the very mountain itself, ancient and powerful. "I am Enrivain, guardian of the sacred flame. And you, Olrin, have awakened what was long forgotten." Snow turned to steam where the Balrog stood, but the chaos of its presence had transformed into something more controlled, more purposeful. Its wings, once made of shadow and terror, now shimmered with an almost crystalline quality, like sheets of dark glass shot through with veins of living fire. "The flame imperishable," Gandalf breathed, his eyes widening with understanding. "You've been guarding it all these years, in the deepest heart of Moria," Enrivain confirmed, "where even Durin's folk never ventured, lies the last spark of the flame that kindled the world. Melkor never knew. In my corruption, I became its unwitting guardian, driving away all who would approach. The storm around them intensified, as if nature itself recognized the gravity of this revelation." Gandalf's grip on his staff tightened, his mind racing with the implications. The flame imperishable, the very fire from which Eru Ilúvatar had kindled the world, was not lost, as all had believed, but hidden in the depths of the earth. "But now you face a choice, Olrin," and Rivain continued, taking a step forward that left footprints of molten stone. "The flame must have a guardian, one who understands both light and shadow. One who has walked in wisdom and darkness." Understanding dawned in Gandalf's ancient eyes. "You mean to pass your guardianship to me? The world above faces a darkness I remember all too well." The Balrog's voice carried notes of both power and regret. "Sauron rises again, and the flame must never fall into his grasp. But neither can it remain unprotected." Lightning split the sky, illuminating the two figures in stark relief, the gray-clad wizard and the being of fire and shadow, no longer enemies, but two pieces of a cosmic puzzle finally falling into place. The snow around them had melted in a perfect circle, revealing the ancient stone of the mountain peak. "There is a price," Enrivain warned, its flame dimming slightly. "To take up this mantle, you must be transformed. Just as I was changed by the flame's power, so too must you become something else. Something more than the gray pilgrim." Gandalf closed his eyes, feeling the weight of ages press upon him. The quest, the fellowship, his duty to Middle-earth, all hung in the balance. And yet, he could feel the truth in the Balrog's words, sense the immense importance of this moment. "But there might be another way," Gandalf said slowly, his voice carrying the weight of sudden inspiration. "Not a passing of the guard, but a sharing of it." The Balrog's flames flickered with interest. "Speak, Olrin. The flame that kindled the world was never meant to be guarded by darkness alone, nor by light alone," Gandalf explained, taking a step forward. Perhaps that was the mistake, the separation. Light and shadow, wisdom and power, joined in purpose rather than divided by it. Understanding blazed in Enravin's eyes, causing its flame to burn even brighter. a binding of opposites, a guardian of both fire and wisdom. Together, Gandalf nodded. We could protect the flame as it was always meant to be protected. Not through force or secrecy alone, but through the balance of all things. The storm around them began to calm, as if nature itself was holding its breath. And Ravin's flames had taken on a silver-blue hue, while Gandalf's staff glowed with an answering light. The ancient peak of Zirik-Zigil became their witness as Wizard and Balrog began an ancient ritual, their powers intertwining in ways not seen since the First Age. As their magics merged, visions flashed between them, the creation of Arda, the first kindling of the stars, the ancient songs that had shaped the world. The very mountains seemed to sing with the power of their joining, a harmony of light and shadow, wisdom and strength. When it was done, both were changed. Gandalf's gray robes had become white, but shot through with threads of living flame. And Ravin's fire had become tempered with wisdom, its form more focused and purposeful. They were no longer two beings, but two aspects of the same guardian force, bound together in purpose and power. The world above must never know, and Ravain said, its voice now carrying echoes of Gandalf's wisdom. No, Gandalf agreed, feeling the new power coursing through him, but they will feel its protection. The flame will continue to kindle hope in all free peoples, working through both shadow and light. Together, they descended from the peak not as enemies, but as two halves of a whole, bound by a sacred duty older than the world itself. The storm cleared, revealing a sky studded with stars that seemed to shine with renewed purpose, as if reflecting the balance that had been restored far below. And so began a new chapter in the history of Middle-earth, though few would ever know of it. The tale of how the Grey Pilgrim became the White was told in many ways, but the truth of that transformation remained known only to two beings, one of light and one of shadow, together guarding the very flame that had kindled the world into being. From that day forward, in the deepest places of the world, and in its highest peaks, the flame imperishable burned on, protected by wisdom and power united at last, its light reaching out to touch all who fought for hope in the darkening world above. Story 7. In the endless void beneath Moria, where time lost all meaning and space spent upon itself, two beings of ancient power fell through the darkness. Their descent had begun on the bridge of Moria, but now they traveled through realms untouched by any mortal foot, where the very laws of nature wavered and shifted like smoke in the wind. Gandalf the Grey, his robes billowing in the otherworldly currents of the void, could no longer distinguish up from down. His staff, still clutched tightly in his weathered hands, emanated a soft blue light that seemed to be devoured by the absolute darkness surrounding them. The Balrog, his eternal adversary, burned like a falling star beside him, its flames casting strange shadows that danced and twisted in impossible ways. The darkness around them was not merely the absence of light, it was something older, something that existed before light itself was born into the world. In this primordial space, both beings began to feel their forms shifting, returning to something closer to their original nature as Mire, spirits of the ancient world. We fall beyond the circles of the world. Gandalf's voice echoed strangely in the void, carrying not through air, but through the very essence of being. Even the deepest dungeons of Morgoth never reached such depths. The Balrog's response came not in its usual roar of flame and fury, but in a voice that resonated with memories of Valinor. The void pulls at us, Olrin. Even my flames cannot hold back its hunger forever. It was the first time in ages that the Balrog had spoken with words rather than rage, and the use of Gandalf's true name sent ripples through the darkness. Around them, the void began to shift and change, responding to the power of their ancient names being spoken aloud. Then we must work together, Gandalf replied, his wisdom seeing beyond their ages-old enmity, or be lost forever in this place where even death may not find us. The Balrog's flames flickered, momentarily revealing its true form beneath the corruption of shadow, a being of light and power, twisted by millennia of darkness, but not entirely lost. You would trust your enemy, Grey Pilgrim? In this place, are we truly enemies? Gandalf's question hung in the void like a crystal of truth. Or are we both children of the same light, lost in different ways? As if in response to their exchange, the void around them began to pulse with strange energies. Tendrils of pure darkness reached for them, seeking to pull them further into the abyss. The Balrog's flames, which had burned with rage for so long, now flickered with uncertainty. Gandalf extended his staff toward the Balrog, its light pulsing in rhythm with his words. Join your fire with my light. Let us remember what we once were, before shadow and duty divided us. For a moment that stretched like an age, the Balrog remained still, its ancient pride warring with the wisdom that had once been its birthright. Then slowly, it reached out with a hand of flame and shadow to touch Gandalf's staff. The contact between them sparked a transformation. The Balrog's fire, fueled by rage for so long, began to burn with a different quality, cleaner, brighter, reminiscent of the holy flames of Amen. Gandalf's light, usually steady and unwavering, danced and flickered with new vitality, taking on aspects of the Balrog's primal power. Together, they began to weave a spell of such complexity and power that it hadn't been seen since the elder days. Their voices rose in harmony, singing words in a language older than the mountains themselves. The void around them responded, swirling and shifting, as their combined power created a pathway through the impossible darkness. As they worked their magic, memories flowed between them, the halls of Valinor shining with untold glory, the music of the Aenir that had shaped the world, the brightness of the two trees in their prime. The Balrog remembered its original name, Nurathiel, spirit of hidden flame, and with that remembrance came a flood of long-buried memories. I remember you, Nurathiel spoke, its voice carrying echoes of ancient glory. In the courts of all, before the breaking, you spoke of wisdom while I sought power, yet here we are, both changed by time and choice. Their spell continued to grow, pushing back the void, creating a space where their combined powers could guide them back toward the world above. But both knew that this cooperation would come with a price. One could not touch such ancient magic without being transformed by it. The way back requires balance, Gandalf observed, seeing the patterns of power forming around them. Neither light alone nor shadow alone can bridge this gap. The void pressed against their created sanctuary, testing the boundaries of their combined power. In response, Nurathiel's flames wrapped around Gandalf's light in a double helix of power, while Gandalf's wisdom tempered the Balrog's raw strength. We rise or fall together, Nurathiel acknowledged, its form shifting between shadow and light. But what becomes of us when we return to the world above? Gandalf's response was interrupted by a sudden surge in the void's pressure. Their sanctuary began to crack, the impossible darkness seeping through. In that moment of crisis, both beings acted instinctively, pouring their power into their shared spell. The result was beyond anything either had expected. Their powers didn't just combine, they transformed each other. Gandalf's light took on aspects of fire that would never quite leave it, while Nurathiel's flames were forever after touched by a wisdom they had long forgotten. As they finally broke free of the void's grasp, shooting upward through layers of stone and shadow toward the world above, both knew they had been changed by their time in the abyss. Their battle would continue, as it must, but it would never again be simply about light versus shadow. They emerged onto the slopes of Zirak-Zigil, where their final confrontation would play out beneath heaven's gaze. But even as they resumed their destined battle, something of their shared experience in the void remained a memory of cooperation, of balance, of the possibility that even the deepest darkness could remember the light. And so their legend grew, though few would ever know the truth of what transpired in the void beneath Moria. How the Grey Pilgrim and the Balrog had, for a brief time, remembered their shared origins and worked together to escape a fate worse than death. How their powers had merged and transformed, leading to changes that would echo through the ages of Middle-earth. In the end, their story became more than a tale of good versus evil. It became a testament to the complex nature of light and shadow, and how sometimes in the deepest darkness, ancient enemies must become allies to survive the void that threatens to consume them all. Story 8. Deep beneath the roots of Moria, where ancient stones held memories older than the moon, two beings of primordial power faced each other in a chamber that had never known mortal footsteps. The darkness here was different, alive with echoes of the world's first dawn, when all things were possible and nothing was yet corrupted. Gandalf the Grey stood with his staff raised, its crystal tip catching light that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Before him, the Balrog's flames cast dancing shadows on walls adorned with patterns that predated the first elven scripts. But something was different in this confrontation. The air itself seemed to pulse with recognition, as if the very stones remembered who these beings truly were. Strange, the Balrog's voice rumbled like distant thunder, but carried notes of something almost musical. How these depths stir memories long buried. Olrin, the use of his true name sent ripples through the chamber, awakening ancient magics dormant in the stone. Gandalf's eyes widened as the walls began to shimmer with images, memories made manifest by powers older than Middle-earth itself. "You remember," Gandalf breathed, watching as the chamber transformed around them. The rough-hewn walls melted away, replaced by visions of crystal spires reaching impossible heights under a sky unmarred by shadow. Valinor as it was in the beginning, the Balrog's flames flickered, taking on a softer hue as the memories washed over them both. "I was Khazad-dûm then," it spoke, its voice carrying echoes of ancient songs. "We walked the same gardens, you and I, listening to the music of the Aenir." The vision shifted, showing two radiant beings striding through gardens of light, discussing the great mysteries of creation. One shone with wisdom's steady gleam, while the other burned with the passion of discovery. They were both Maiar, servants of the Valar, before time and choice had set them on different paths. "You sought knowledge," Gandalf remembered, his voice thick with emotion. "The deep secrets of fire and shadow, and you sought understanding," Khazad-dûm replied, its current form of flame and shadow temporarily softening as the memories took hold. "We were not so different then." The chamber continued its magical transformation, showing them scenes from the dawn of time. They watched themselves attending the great councils of the Valar, where the fate of Arda was discussed. They saw the forging of the first stars, the raising of the mountains, the awakening of the first life in Middle-earth. But then came Melkor's offer. Gandalf spoke softly, as the visions darkened, showing a majestic but terrible figure promising knowledge beyond measure. He promised understanding of the deep fires. Khazad-dûm's voice carried ancient regret. "The very flames that birthed the world. How could I resist such knowledge?" The memories swirled around them like autumn leaves in a wind, showing the gradual corruption of the once noble Maya. But these visions revealed something new, how Khazad-dûm had initially tried to study the dark fires to understand them, not to wield them for evil. How the corruption had come slowly, almost imperceptibly, until wisdom turned to pride and curiosity became hunger for power. As they watched these scenes play out, their current battle seemed to pause, suspended in a moment of shared recognition. The Balrog's flames cast shadows that danced with the memories, while Gandalf's staff light merged with the ancient radiance of Valinor. "We were meant to be guardians," Gandalf said, his voice carrying the weight of ages. "Both of us in our different ways. You guarded the secrets of fire, while I watched over the growth of wisdom in Middle-earth. The chamber trembled with the power of this truth, causing more memories to cascade around them. They saw themselves in the time before time, helping to shape the world with their respective gifts. Kalinor's fire had helped forge the mountains, while Olrin's wisdom had guided the first stirrings of consciousness in the world. Perhaps the Balrog spoke, its voice carrying traces of its original nobility. That is why our paths cross again, here in the deep places of the world. Some purposes cannot be undone, even by corruption. The magical visions began to fade, the ancient chamber slowly reasserting itself around them. But something had changed in the air between the two beings. Their powers, once so opposed, now resonated with recognition of their shared origins. "What becomes of us now?" Gandalf asked, his staff still raised, but its light now mingling with the Balrog's flames and patterns that echoed the gardens of Valinor. These memories change nothing of what must be, yet they change everything about why it must be. Kalinor's form seemed to struggle between its corrupted present and its luminous past. "We are bound by what we have become," it responded, flames flickering between ancient glory and present darkness. "Yet perhaps, in remembering what we were, we can choose how we complete this dance." The chamber's magic began to fade, the ordinary darkness of the deep places returning. But both beings now stood transformed by their shared vision of the past. Their battle would continue, as it must, but it had become something more than a simple clash between light and shadow. It was now a ritual of remembrance, a dance of what was and what could have been. They moved together in the ancient chamber, staff and flame weaving patterns that spoke of both combat and creation. Each strike carried echoes of their shared past. Each defense reflected their ancient brotherhood. The very stones of Moria seemed to sing with the power of their battle dance, remembering when such beings had helped shape the world itself. And so they fought, these two children of the ancient light, one still bearing its flame openly, the other transformed by shadow, but not entirely lost to it. Their conflict would echo through the halls of Moria and into legend, but few would ever know the true depth of their connection, or understand that their battle was as much about remembrance as it was about victory. In the end, they would emerge from that ancient chamber changed by their shared memories, their conflict transformed into something both more tragic and more noble than a simple battle between good and evil. For they had remembered, if only briefly, that they were both born of the same light, and that even in darkness, echoes of that first radiance remained. Story 9. In the deepest heart of Moria, where even the memory of light had long since faded, ancient magic stirred in the darkness. The great halls of the dwarven kingdom, once echoing with the songs of craftsmen and the ring of hammers on anvils, now held only whispers of a more terrible power. Here, in a vast chamber carved from living rock and adorned with veins of mithril that gleamed like frozen lightning, Gandalf the Grey found himself face to face with the Balrog once more. The creature's flames cast an otherworldly glow across the chamber, transforming the intricate dwarven carvings into dancing shadows that seemed to tell stories of their own. But something was different about the Balrog's fire. It burned with a purpose that spoke of more than mere destruction. "You feel it too, don't you, Olrin?" The Balrog's voice resonated through the chamber, carrying notes of ancient wisdom that seemed at odds with its fearsome appearance. The stirring of old powers, the awakening of forgotten truths. Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff, its crystal head emanating a soft blue light that pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. You were known as Thorluk once, flame of sacred purpose. Before the corruption took hold, the Balrog's form shifted, its flames momentarily revealing glimpses of a more noble being beneath the shadow and fire. Names have power, Grey Pilgrim. You dare much by speaking mine. The air between them crackled with ancient energies as memories of Valinor's glory days flashed through both their minds. Thorluk had been a guardian then, charged with protecting sacred knowledge that even the Valar deemed too powerful to be widely known. Your presence here is no accident, Gandalf continued, taking a step forward. His robes seemed to shimmer with an inner light, reflecting the mithril veins in the walls. You guard something still, though the years of darkness have twisted your purpose. The Balrog's wings, made of shadow and flame, folded closer to its body as it regarded the wizard with eyes that burned with the knowledge of ages. Below us sleeps a power that would make Sauron's ring seem like a child's trinket. The dwarves, in their endless delving, never knew how close they came to awakening it. Gandalf's eyes widened as understanding dawned. The Void Gate. The ancient text spoke of such things, doorways to the spaces between worlds, sealed in the First Age, and I have kept it sealed. Thorluk's voice carried both pride and weariness through all the long ages of this world. Even in my corruption, some purposes cannot be forgotten. The chamber seemed to pulse with the weight of this revelation, the mithril veins glowing brighter in response to the power gathering between the two ancient beings. Gandalf found himself reassessing everything he had assumed about his adversary. But the darkness has taken too great a hold, the Balrog continued, flames flickering with something that might have been regret. I feel my purpose slipping, the corruption deepening with each passing year. Soon, I may forget entirely why I remained here. Gandalf stepped forward again, his staff raised not in threat, but in offering. Then let me help you. There are ancient rituals of purification, ways to cleanse the corruption without destroying the being beneath. The chamber fell silent save for the crackling of the Balrog's flames. The offer hung in the air between them, heavy with possibility and danger. Thorluk's fires seemed to dim slightly, revealing more of its original form, a being of light and purpose, twisted, but not entirely lost. Such a ritual would require both participants to lower their defenses completely, the Balrog warned. The risk would be considerable, perhaps no greater than the risk of letting you fall further into shadow, Gandalf countered. Knowing what you guard, the mithril veins in the walls began to pulse more intensely, responding to the growing power in the chamber. Ancient dwarven runes carved into the stone ages ago started to glow with an inner light, forming patterns that neither had noticed before. The chamber itself remembers, Thorluk observed, looking at the awakening runes. It was built on a nexus of power, though the dwarves never fully understood what they had discovered. Gandalf began to trace patterns in the air with his staff, weaving light that mixed with the Balrog's flames in complex, ever-changing designs. The ritual must begin soon, before your corruption spreads further. But you must choose it willingly. The Balrog's form seemed to waver, caught between its current nature and the memory of what it once was. And if the ritual fails? If the corruption proves too deep, then we both fall, Gandalf answered simply. But we fall trying to restore what was lost, rather than preserve what is broken. The chamber's magic continued to build, the runes on the walls now forming complete circles of power that encompassed both beings. Thorluk's flames began to shift color, moving from angry red to deep blue in places, revealing more of its original essence. Begin then, Ol Rin, the Balrog commanded, its voice carrying echoes of its former nobility. Let us see if what was twisted can be made straight again. The ritual that followed was unlike anything seen in Middle-earth since the First Age. Light and shadow danced together in patterns that spoke of creation itself. Gandalf's voice raised in ancient words of power, mixed with the deeper tones of the Balrog, creating harmonies that made the very stones of Moria tremble. But even as the ritual reached its peak, both beings knew that their paths could not truly merge. The world above still needed its gray pilgrim, and the Void Gate still required its guardian. Yet perhaps, in this moment of attempted purification, something of Thorlick's original purpose could be restored, allowing it to continue its eternal vigil with more of its ancient wisdom intact. And so their dance continued, light and shadow, wisdom and power, each seeking a balance that might allow both to fulfill their destinies. The story of their second encounter would never be told in the histories of Middle-earth, but its effects would echo through the ages, in the depths where ancient powers still stirred and sacred purposes endured. Story 10. In the shadowed depths of Moria, where ancient stones whispered secrets of ages past, and otherworldly light danced across the weathered walls of the great dwarven kingdom. It wasn't the warm glow of torches or the cold gleam of mithril, but rather the interplay of two primordial forces, the serene radiance of Gandalf's staff and the crimson fury of the Balrog's flames. The bridge of Moria stretched before them, a slender arc of stone spanning an abyss so deep that even the light of the Balrog's fire couldn't penetrate its depths. But it wasn't the bridge that held Gandalf's attention. It was the ancient tome clutched in his left hand, its pages still smoking from where he had snatched it from the burning library moments before. "So it comes to this," Gandalf murmured, his voice carrying the weight of newfound knowledge. The tome, written in a script older than the mountains themselves, spoke of things that changed everything he thought he knew about his adversary. The Balrog paused at the other end of the bridge, its flames momentarily dimming as if in recognition. The creature's eyes, usually wells of fire and malice, held something different, now a glimmer of ancient purpose, not entirely consumed by corruption. "You found the Codex of Arda." The Balrog's voice rumbled like distant thunder, yet carried notes of something almost musical. After all these ages, one finally understands. Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff as he read from the tome. "And the guardians of the sacred flame shall be appointed, their power bound to the very foundations of Arda, their vigil eternal." He looked up at the Balrog. "You were one of them, weren't you?" Before the corruption, the Balrog's flames shifted, taking on a blue tinge that spoke of its original nature. "I was Morgothir, keeper of the eternal flame. My task was to protect the sacred fires that burn at the heart of the world, fires that, if extinguished, would bring about an end to all things." The revelation hung in the air between them, heavy with implications. The Fellowship had already fled up the stairs behind Gandalf, but time seemed to slow in this moment of understanding. The wizard's mind raced through possibilities, each more profound than the last. "The corruption twisted your purpose." Gandalf spoke softly, but didn't erase it entirely. "Even now, you guard the deep places where the sacred flames still burn." The dwarves delved too deep. Morgothir's voice carried ancient regret. They would have reached the chamber of eternal flame, not knowing that their pickaxes might shatter the very foundations of the world. "My presence drove them back, though they never understood why." The bridge seemed to pulse beneath them, as if responding to the power of their exchange. Gandalf's staff light merged with the Balrog's flames, creating patterns that spoke of harmony rather than conflict. For a moment, they were not enemies, but what they had originally been, two Maiar, servants of the Valar, each bearing a sacred duty. "The tome speaks of a ritual," Gandalf said, his voice taking on an urgent tone. "A way to purify a corrupted guardian. But the price," he trailed off, understanding dawning in his ancient eyes, "would be the sacrifice of another being of equal power." Morgothir finished. The transfer of essence required would consume the one attempting the purification. The choice before Gandalf was clear yet impossible. To purify the Balrog would restore one of the original guardians of the sacred flame, potentially saving the very foundations of Middle-earth. But the cost would be his own existence, leaving the Fellowship without guidance in their desperate quest to destroy the ring. The darkness around them seemed to deepen as Gandalf weighed his options. The fate of Middle-earth hung in the balance, but which path would truly serve it best? The immediate threat of Sauron loomed over the world, yet the loss of the sacred flames would bring about an end more complete than anything the Dark Lord could achieve. There must be another way, Gandalf said, his mind working through centuries of lore. A way to contain the corruption without destroying either of us. The Balrog's form shifted, its wings of shadow folding closer. The corruption spreads all Rin. Even now, I feel it deepening. Soon, nothing of Morgothir will remain, only the Balrog. Mindless in its destruction, Gandalf began to trace patterns in the air with his staff, ancient symbols of power that made the very stones of Moria hum with recognition. Then we must try something that has never been attempted. Not a purification, but a binding, a sharing of our essences that might hold back the corruption without consuming either of us completely. The air crackled with power as Gandalf continued his spellwork. The Balrog watched, its flames now a complex dance of red and blue, corruption and purity wrestling for dominance. The bridge beneath them trembled, not with weakness, but with the weight of destiny being rewoven. Such a binding would change us both, Morgothir warned. The Grey Pilgrim would become something else, as would I. The consequences cannot be foreseen. Some risks must be taken, Gandalf replied, the patterns of his spell growing more complex. Some boundaries must be crossed when the need is great enough, but before either could move to complete the ritual, a deep rumbling shook the chamber. Far below, in the abyssal depths, something stirred, something that should have remained sleeping. The sacred flames themselves were responding to their presence, to the possibility of change. In that moment, both beings understood that their confrontation had awakened forces beyond even their control. The choice before them was no longer simply about their own fates, but about the very balance of power that kept Middle-earth whole. Gandalf raised his staff high, its light blazing brighter than ever before. "We shall meet again, Guardian of the Flame," he declared, his voice carrying the power of prophecy. "And when we do, may we find a way to restore what was lost without destroying what must be preserved." The Balrog's response was a roar that shook the very foundations of Moria. But hidden within it were words in an ancient tongue, a promise, a warning, and a hope all intertwined. The bridge of Moria would become the site of their legendary battle, but few would ever know the true weight of the choices made there, or understand that their conflict was as much about preservation as it was about destruction. And so began a new chapter in the eternal dance between light and shadow, between corruption and purity, between what was and what could be. The Bridge of Destiny had lived up to its name, though not in the way anyone could have foreseen.